Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well today. If you are new here, I'm Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. And if you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I've got two different books that I will be reading today. So I ended up starting Slewfoot, A Tale of Bewitchery last Friday. Yeah, so it's been a week and I'm on page 132. So almost halfway through the book, almost to the point where there's like these really cool illustrations in the middle. And I have been really enjoying this book so far. I haven't had a lot of, it doesn't feel like I've had a lot of time to read, but I've been trying to kind of catch up on some reading the last few days because the reason that I was not here this past Friday is that Keaton and I had to be in Arkansas for a wedding because he was the best man in his brother's wedding. So it's just been a lot of like chaos and has been, kind of hectic, and then trying to come down off of being on a trip where you're flying and you're out of state, and you come back home and you kind of just want to take some time to relax. So I've been trying to catch up on doing some more reading. And then I also started our book club book, The Woman in the Library by Sulari Gentile. And I'm really looking forward to talking about this book. So far, it's been pretty interesting. I'm only on page 75, so I'm, not even halfway through the book. It's 250 pages, so, I'm making decent progress. But we are having our book club meeting on Kat's channel on next Thursday, which I believe is the 23rd. Should be the 23rd. Let me double check. Yes. So less than a week from now, Thursday the 23rd, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will be having our book club meeting. So my main focus tonight is going to be reading The Woman in the Library, just so I can make sure that I'm like well in it ahead of my reading before we meet in a little under a week. And as always, this is just a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on the temperature. It's actually been really cold in the mornings here, and then it gets pretty, it's still pretty warm in the evenings. I will have for our sprints tonight like a kind of like a pumpkin patch happy Halloween theme, since we're officially halfway through or over halfway through October, which is already insane to think about. There's so much going on this month for me, and the fact that it's already like the 17th is weird. So I have already eaten dinner. I made Keaton and I a poblano potato and corn chowder, which turned out to be really good. I'm waiting for him to get home. And so I already ate mine. And now I'm just drinking some water. So don't know. I might have a beer later. I'm not sure. But I'm going to go over and just see how everybody else is doing in the chat. And Robert was technically the first person who came on earlier, and he left me a little bee icon. But if I go into StreamYard before I like plan to start and I go out of it, any comments that were left there get deleted, which sucks. So I don't have it. But the next one up was Melissa. So hi, Melissa. And she says, hi, all. And Kat says, hey, Alex, Melissa, and friends, happy Friday. And happy Friday to you too, Kat. Sorry I missed your sprints on Wednesday. And Anne says, good afternoon. We have a 3-hour drive in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Right now we can do this, but I don't know for how long. We're headed to a book festival. Okay, well, that sounds like a lot of fun. I hope you enjoy your book festival. It must be a big one if you're traveling to it. And Kat says, hi, Anne. Sounds like a fun adventure. And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Pasta Day. Happy Black Poets Day. Happy Wear Something Gaudy Day. I'm not wearing anything gaudy, and I did not eat pasta, and I haven't read any poetry, so I guess I'm not really celebrating today. And Swank says, R.I.P. Ace Frehley. Was that somebody that you really liked, Swank? And Swank says, hi, Kat. And Anne says, Kat, we have never been to this, so we're not sure what to expect. Who knows? Just camping out in a hotel sounds good about now. Well, I hope it's great. I hope it's super fun. And Kat says, I hope you all have fun, Anne. And she says, hey, Swank. And Travis is here. Hi, Travis. Travis says, hey, peeps. Hello to you. And Angela says, hi, Alex. And hi, Angela and friends. Happy Friday. I'll be reading The Woman in the Library tonight. Yay! I have a low-grade fever. No! But this rainbow sherbet should cure it. You poor thing. I'm sorry. I hope that you're not going to progress in any illness. I hope that your fever will end here, that the sherbet will cure all. And Kat says, Alex, I finished The Woman in the Library. Awesome. You were like way ahead of schedule. Looking forward to our discussion. I'm currently writing a book review. However, I did the novel Welcome to Night Vale today. Awesome. That's really cool. And Heidi says, hello. I read a duology, Moon of the Crushed Snow and Moon of the Turning Leaves. And I think, Alex, you would like them. What's the premise, Heidi? And Kat says, it's wacky, weird, and wonderful. Good. That's my kind of thing right there. And Travis says, it's hot here, but I'm reading Womb by Duncan Ralston, ordering dinner soon, and at 7:30 doing a watch party of Little Shop of Horrors on my Discord. Oh, that's so fun. Are you doing the original Little Shop of Horrors or the musical? Because I've seen both, and both are very fun. And Kat says, hey, Angela and Travis. And a hello to Kat. And Melissa says, I'll be trying to finish The Christmas Tree Farm by Lori Gilmore. Just found out I got an interview for a casual library position. Cool. Well, good luck. And Travis says, I need to do a watch party of Jurassic Park for Angela at some point. Jurassic Park is amazing. I love those movies. I should specify, I love the original movies. The ones with Chris Pratt, I have only seen the first two. I haven't seen any of the ones after that. They were fine. And Stina says, hello, Kat and chat. And hi, Stina. And Spank says he was in the band Kiss. Oh, dang. That is sad. And Kat saying the same thing. Thanks for letting me know. Heidi says, Kat, are you posting your review of The Woman in the Library on your Discord? She probably will wait to post it until after we do our discussion, is what I would imagine. And Melissa says, anyone doing the Dewey 24-hour readathon tomorrow? I will not. And Travis says, sorry to hear you aren't feeling well, Angela. I know it. Kat says, no, Heidi. And Travis says, sorry, I've missed these. Alex, just been busy on Fridays. Don't you worry about it, Travis. I'm happy to see you. Thank you for coming. You know what? I've had a lot going on, too. I wasn't even here last week, so don't feel bad. And Angel says, hello, y'all. Reading The Wolf King. Very fun. Good to see you, Angel. And Kat says, I post my reviews on Goodreads. And Travis says, the musical with, oh my God, how am I forgetting her name? The puppet. I know Audrey. There we go. Isn't it Audrey 2? And Kat says, congrats on your interview, Melissa. And Alicia is here. Hi, Alicia. And Alicia says, I'm listening to The Woman in the Library. I'm on chapter 22. Well, you are way ahead of me. And Angela says, hey, Kat and Travis. And Anne says, unfortunately, I get car sick if I try to read. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry. Yeah, Audrey too. I'm glad I actually remembered that because I haven't watched that movie in so long, but I know it's really popular for schools, like high schools and stuff, to do a play of The Little Shop of Horrors and make like their own Audrey 2 puppet. My school never did that, but Keaton's did, and it sounds like it was a lot of fun. And Travis says it's my favorite musical. That's awesome. And Kat says, hey, Alicia. And Stina says, I might start The Woman in the Library tonight. Right now, I'm trying to read Lost Ark Dreaming before Libby yanks it back. Oh, well, good luck. And yay to reading The Woman in the Library. And Heidi says, another post-apocalyptic story, but this time a story that focuses on the Native Americans in Canada. Oh, well, that sounds cool. That sounds really interesting. And Angela says, thanks, Travis. I took a nap and woke up with it. I need to refrain from naps. But naps are healing. They're good. Alicia says, yo, Kat. And Travis says, I've seen it 8 times on stage. So cool to see how people make the puppet, and the puppet in the movie musical is insane. It is. It really is. And I believe that the lore of the original Little Shop of Horrors was the director for that lost a bet and they had to make it in a really short period of time. So, like, he wrote it and directed it and got the actors for it. And it was just kind of like those fly by the seat of your pants things. And it ended up becoming super famous, which I think is really cool. That's if I remember correctly, but I think I'm right. And Anne says, we have not gone 40 miles and our daughter is asleep. Aw. You know what? It's good when you're able to sleep when you travel because when I fly on planes, I can't sleep. I cannot. And Melissa says, Heidi, Native Americans in Canada are either called First Nations or Indigenous. And Travis says the voice of Audrey 2 is also voiced by the same guy that does Oogie Boogie. Oh, I love Oogie Boogie. That's cool. I didn't realize that, but that makes a lot of sense now that you say that. And Swang says Roger Corman was the director of the original. Yes, that's right. That's right. I knew his name. I don't recall what else he's done. So if you can tell me any other things that were famous that he made, that would probably help. But I did know that name. And I will be all my stuff's going away. Hold on. I selected the wrong button. I will be starting with The Woman in the Library. I'm going to see how much I can get through tonight. I'm definitely like on track, so I'm not too stressed, but I just don't know how much reading I'm going to be able to do this weekend. I'm hoping a fair amount because we currently do not have any like crazy plans, and outside of probably going out to eat and maybe doing some chores at the house, there's not really going to be a whole lot going on. But, Keaton and I, we have like games and stuff that we like to play together. And I have like other things that I like to do. So I'm going to have to carve out the time. So that's why I want to start with this so that I can, get through as much as possible. And then kind of like, I don't want to say my palate cleanser be Slewfoot, but I guess it probably will be. And so my first question for you all for this 45-minute sprint is going to be, what smell reminds you most of a specific place and time? This question is not one that I came up with. It was one that I found, and I actually thought it was a really good question because I think it's kind of difficult because sometimes explaining a smell is really hard, but I wanted to see what you all had to say about it. So I thought it was a pretty interesting question. And Patricia's here. Hi, Patricia. Patricia says, hi, everyone. Hope y'all are well. I'm reading Hexapeel and Alchemist today. Cool. And Heidi says, Melissa, it is about the Anishinaabe. Did I pronounce that correctly? I hope so. And Kat says, I love that you are reading Slewfoot. Yeah, I'm really liking it. It's fun. And Swang says, Roger Corman was the low-budget king. Attack the crab monster. Attack of the Crab Monsters, I'm guessing. The Raven, The Terror. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because I've heard of the Attack of the Crab Monsters. I don't know that I've heard of the other ones, but very cool. All right. Oh, I forgot to share my screen as well. Whoopsie daisy. That's okay. That's an easy fix. There we go. All righty. So got 45 minutes up on the clock for everybody. You have your question on a nice light orange background. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everyone, come on back. Let me know how you did. I literally was like a paragraph away from being to chapter 14. So I'm almost to page 96. So did some good reading during that last sprint. I had to get up for a minute because somebody rang my doorbell and then wouldn't go away for a while, and Barker was having a fit. So much better now that the house is quiet and he's over there napping. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what smell reminds you most of a specific place and time? I often find mine are different scents of soaps. So, like if I go to a place that makes homemade soap and I smell one and it reminds me of like a bar of soap that I had when I was a child, or like a scent that like a family member or something wore, that can take me back to, when I was like 10 years old. But it's weird because those smells, sometimes they happen and it's something that I haven't thought of for a really, really long time, which is why I thought this question was a little bit difficult, because it's so random when it happens, but I know the most consistent thing for me is when I go into like a soap making shop. And Travis says, that's a super easy question for me. LOL. The smell of a fire, specifically if someone is burning it outside, reminds me of my favorite state park here in. Sorry, he's off again. Here in Alabama that we grew up camping at. Oh, that's awesome. That's so sweet. And what a good smell, too. And Anne says, Patricia, do you like Alchemist? I keep looking at it. And Swank says Vincent Price was in Edgar Allan Poe movies. Oh, yeah. Vincent Price. And Travis says, I also have one that's hard to explain, but when I was young, I did a scratch and sniff Shrek book. That's fun. It had his burp and it made me nauseous. And now sometimes random things will smell like it. Oh, that's hilarious. And I also love that it actually made you sick, because I think that was probably the intention. And you said, but can't pinpoint the smell. Absolutely. And Anne says, I don't remember where I bought a candle, but Neely said that the scent smelled like her grandmother. Yeah, there was again, speaking of soap, there was a shop I went into once where I smelled the bar and it immediately took me back to church when it was my very first church when I was growing up. And it actually freaked me out because I had never smelled anything that smelled like that place. And I hadn't been there probably since I was like, gosh, I don't even know, probably around that 10, 11 years old range. And I was in my 20s and I just immediately brought me back. Our smell, like our sense of smell and everything, is so strongly tied to memories. It's weird. And Cena says, Polo takes me straight back to church camp. There you go. And Swank says, the smell of oranges immediately takes me to my backyard around the age of 4 or 5. My mother would cut oranges in circles for me. I would eat the orange part and use the rind as bracelets. That is so cute. Sorry, let me holler at Barker really quick. Sorry, I needed to tell him to chill out. And Swank says, I'm reading Haunted Halloween. I finished yours cruelly, Elvira, yesterday. It was so good. She's amazing. Oh, how fun. Hello, Christina. It's good to see you. And she says, hi, Alex. Hello to you. And she says, remember to hydrate or mummify, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch. Also make sure you hocus pocus the like button, sub, and ring that bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you so much, Christina. And Zach says, hi, I'm reading Her Spell That Becursed Me by Luna Oblonsky. It's book 2, and I'm pretty disappointed. It's 733 pages, which is 185 pages longer than the first one, with a less interesting story to carry it. 733 pages is long, especially for a romance. Good Lord. And you said there could be a good story there, but it's badly needed an editor. Oof. Robert, hi Robert. Robert says, whoops, that time. What time is it? Smell tar. I remember some of the last parts of Route 80 being paved in Pennsylvania during or driving to my aunt's cabin. Oh, that's awesome. That's an interesting one. And Swing says, hi, Mama, to hi, Christina. Robert says, I read Hum by Helen Phillips. Nice. He said, Swank, Ace Felly that hit hard. I saw Kiss at the Brooklyn Academy of Music 1973. Hotter Than Hell wasn't even released yet, and they performed a few songs. Aw, I'm sorry. Swank says, yeah, Rob, I was so shocked to hear it. How old was he? And Jamie said, hello, Alex and company. Hi, Jamie. Happy Friday. Still at work, but we'll be joining later. Wonderful. Hope you have a good rest of your work day. And Travis says, ordered food and the delivery person spilled my drink and just ran off. Oh, that jerk. I'm so sorry. I hope you can get a refund for the drink. You said watching Halloween Town. Awesome. I haven't seen that in a long, long, long time. I don't remember almost anything about it. Jamie says, not a great smell, but the smell of the stockyards always remind me of growing up in Sioux City, Iowa. You could always smell it from the interstate driving into the city. Huh. And Kat says, smell is my neglected sense. However, I do love the way a newborn baby smells. Holding one takes me back to my own babies. Yeah, don't they talk about baby's breath? That's how that flower got its name. And Chris, hi Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. Nice to see you this week. Thank you. It's nice to see you as well. And Ann says, I'm sorry, Travis. I know, what a bummer. Travis says, Ann, yeah, it's always a gamble when ordering delivery. And Swank says, finished my book and started the October King. Awesome. I don't know why you saying that reminded me of Ray Bradbury's The Halloween Tree, but if anybody here has not read The Halloween Tree, it's a children's novel. It's very short. You can read it in a day, and it's awesome. I love it so much. See, it says read 11% of Lost Ark Dreaming. Very nice. And Travis says, also the highway at work sometimes smells like my elementary school. That's weird. And Angela says, burning leaves always reminds me of fall days with my grandmother. We rake the leaves and burn them, and then she made homemade hot chocolate for us afterwards. That's so sweet. How did she make her hot chocolate, Angela? What kind of chocolate did she use for melting? I'm assuming she probably melted the chocolate and added like milk to it and stuff, but I always think it's really interesting the different kinds of chocolate that people use, because it can either elevate it from being like that. I'm hoping you all know what I mean. Like sometimes when people just melt chocolate into milk, it kind of creates like that weird mouth feel, and it like feels like it coats my throat, and I absolutely hate it. Like hot chocolate has to be made like a specific way where it tastes like a drink and not like you need to chew it. I can't really explain it better than that. And Anne says she asked me to please not burn it again. And Kat says, Barry just got home and heard your voice. He says, hello. Hi, Barry. I hope you're having a good day. Happy Friday. And Rob says 74. Oh, okay. He was 74. That's still, I mean, in my opinion, that's still pretty young. You're not old until you're 80. And even then, it's a mentality thing. And Melissa says, read 34 pages, got to about the halfway point in the book. Very nice. And Zach says, I'm on page 598, so I'm almost there. Oh my gosh, you poor man. I mean, I know for you, like you can read that super fast, but 733 pages for that book, that would probably take me an age. And Travis says, yeah, I got my drink refund. They're going to start thinking I'm lying because almost every delivery I have to ask for a refund on something. Ugh, that sucks. Alicia says, cotton candy body spray makes me think of my 14th birthday when I rode my favorite shirt by wrecking the skateboard I didn't know how to ride and getting stitches in my knee. Oh my God. That was a whirlwind. And Travis said, "Oh, smell of cherry blossom lotion brings me back to middle school." Okay. And Swank says, "Travis, I had to stop using 2 different delivery services because they kept screwing up." There was somebody in our, like, Facebook group for the town that was complaining that a restaurant, delivered the wrong sandwich and was like and they were like, "This town needs to do better. Come on." And it's like, what does a town have to do with you getting a wrong order on your sandwich? It was weird. I mean, it sucks when people get things wrong and the restaurants absolutely need to fix it, but, like, it's just funny. It made me think of, like, people don't some people don't seem to realize that there's not a connection there. And Zach says, "I have read Ray Bradbury's The Halloween Tree. It is really good." It is. That book's title probably reminded you of it because Ray Bradbury also had a collection called, yes, The October Country. Thank you for that, because now that one's from The Dust Returned. I have a copy of October Country. Oh, it's all the way. I can't show it to you because it's all the way up there. It's with my green books, but yes, I need to read that one. That one would have been a good one to read this October, but I couldn't get to it. Travis says, "Swank, it's crazy, but I'm too lazy to stop using them." It's actually kind of surprising how much they mark up the price of food, because one of my closest friends, he ended up doing DoorDash for a long time to earn extra money on the side, and they would use DoorDash, and then he started doing the math of like, well, if I just called the restaurant and ordered the food versus going through the app, how much cheaper it was to just go and pick it up, or have, like, if the restaurant offered delivery service for themselves, sometimes even then it was cheaper. So, yeah, they get you with those markups. I remember one time I DoorDashed to McDonald's and it ended up being like $20 and I was like, "Hell no, never again." And Rob says, "Rock stars at 74 is like 136 for mere mortal." Only if they do a bunch of drugs, Rob. But no, I mean, that's technically true, I guess, because of all the travel and stuff that they have to do. Because that's a really hard life. Like, just being a musician, let alone a famous musician, and having to do all those tours. And Kiss did so freaking many tours. Yeah, that would be really hard on you. And Stina says, "I think I saw something about him dying after a fall." Oh no. So I'm thinking he hit his head and didn't get checked out quickly enough. That's how my mom died. That is so awful. I'm so sorry, Stina. Oh my goodness. Swank says, "The Halloween Tree book and movie means so much." I didn't even know there was a movie, but that's so cool. And Travis says, "Oh, one more LOL. The smell of clay pots reminds me of a fart jar we had growing up. Don't ask." Grew up with a brother and his friends. That's so funny. I mean, I can take a guess. I'm guessing that they would fart into the jar and cover it and then have you come over and be like, "Hey, you should smell this." If I'm just taking a guess. And Swing says, or they mean so much to you, the movies, yes, and the book. Zach says, "My favorite dog smelled like hay. Fresh hay can remind me of her." That is so sweet. That's a nice one. And Kathy's here. Hi, Kathy. Kathy says, "Hi, guys. Happy Friday. Having a productivity night. Woohoo. Reselling work, calendar update, and general maintenance." All right. He said, "For me, the smell of allspice reminds me of my mom's house. We cook with a lot of it, and it reminds me of learning to cook with her." That is so sweet. That's a great one. Travis says, "Haha, oh my God, Alex, that was the perfect correct guess." How did I know? How did I know? And Stina says, "Fiance number 1, gray flannel. Fiance number 2, Fahrenheit." And Kat says, "Hey, Kathy." And Zach says, "I never feel bad about rock stars, just in case I assume that they did lots and lots of bad things, particularly with underage girls." I don't think all of them have. There's definitely those that did, though. And, yeah, I don't really worry about them either. All right, everybody, I'm going to put up the next 45-minute sprint. So this next one is going to be kind of also, I guess, a mini story that you can tell, which is going to be what's the story behind your coolest scar or gnarliest injury? It also could be a funny story about how you got a scar, because all of my scars are funny to me. Not necessarily funny to other people, but they're funny to me. And Travis says, and then years later, my parents had a yard sale. My mom told us she sold the clay jar from the den. And we were like, oh my God, you sold the fart jar. And she was like, what is that? That's great. That's so funny. Oh, thank you for that. Oh, and Ann says there used to be a soul food restaurant across the river from my house. The owner got to know that I loved collard greens. Sometimes she would bring me leftovers after they closed. And oh, and I'm guessing because you said she closed, or you might still be typing. I guess she must have closed her restaurant, but that's sweet. And Kat says, I'm going to go walk during the sprint. Oh, Kat, you would have been so proud. One, I had my walk today with Barker because I took him out this morning. And so he got as long of one as he wanted. I don't know exactly how long it was. It was probably around like half a mile to 3/4 of a mile. But then I went for 2 miles today by myself, and it was nice. It actually felt a little warm, which I was surprised about. So I hope you enjoy your walk. All right, everybody. You've got your next question. I've got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to dive back into The Woman in the Library. These characters, some of them are kind of weird, which I guess is good for a book like this. Keeps you guessing. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. Call back. Let me know how you did. Keaton got home, so I spent most of that sprint talking to him. I got to page 102. Alrighty. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's the story behind your coolest scar or gnarliest injury? Let me go back here and let's see what y'all had to say. Kat says, woohoo, gold star for Alex. Talking about my going for a walk today. Travis says, I have a slash in my eyebrow, which is scary for me playing catch with my mom. Oh, as a scar for me playing catch with my mom, and our lab went after the ball the same time I did and busted my eyebrow open. Ouch. He said, also have one on my finger from carving a fake pumpkin with a hot knife. It was so hot I didn't realize it cut me until the pumpkin had blood on it. Oh my gosh. Probably better to not have felt it, honestly. Anne says she closed the restaurant. She used to call me her little southern girl who loved collard greens. My wife and daughter hate them. I don't think that I've ever had collard greens. I wondered before whether or not I would enjoy them. Anastina says, it's not really a scar, but there's a rough spot on my knee from when I fell in Athens. It didn't break the skin, but the pressure from the internal bleeding caused massive blisters. Ouch. And Angela says the hot chocolate was made with cocoa powder, sugar, and milk and cooked on the stove. Oh, well, then she did it the right way because she used cocoa powder. Awesome. And Stina says, I had to spend an extra week in Athens before the insurance company would allow me to travel. Good Lord. And Heidi says, Alex, I pinged you on Kat's Discord to see my quick review of Crusted Snow. And I saw that, Heidi, and I read it, and it sounds really interesting. And I like that you said that it is like a very positive view of like how people would respond to kind of like a post-apocalyptic event. So it's on my radar now. Thank you. And Ann says, I have a huge scar from emergency surgery to put a rod in my leg. I was in a horrible car accident the night Bill Clinton was elected president. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry. My dad had to have plates put in his arm, and it was like a horrible experience for him because he was arm wrestling my uncle, and the bone actually, it didn't cleanly break. It twisted and broke, which is... I actually have like a huge aversion to arm wrestling because of that. I have my whole life because there's this huge scar that he has running up his arm, and he's got like bolts and screws and everything that are in there. And I've just grew up seeing that, and it's just, that's horrible. So I'm so sorry. I'm sure that was excruciatingly painful. Swang says, I was doing props for a training video and was moving an industrial sewing machine, and it slipped and sliced my arm. Ouch. I really needed to get it stitched up, but the shoot must go on. Ooh, ouch. Stina says, Anne, oh, wow, that's awful. And to Stina says, Swank, eek. Swank says, I wrapped my arm in duct tape and went on with the day. On the way home, I stopped at one of the urgent cares and wound up needing stitches. The scar reminds me of working in TV and film. That had to suck getting the duct tape off. I hope that you didn't duct tape it directly to the skin and you like put something under it and then duct tape over that. Otherwise, Swank says, bummer, Anne. Anne says, at least when I have to fill out medical forms, I can figure out when the other driver was drunk and or high. He never showed up for any of his court dates, just disappeared. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. And Angela says, I flipped my girlfriend's bike riding down a gravel hill. The back fender sliced my knee open a good 3 inches. I was 8, spent my whole summer on crutches. The scar remains. Oh, wow. I have one on my, so I guess maybe I should start with my scar for the youngest scar that I have, which is one, you don't know that you all are going to be able to see it, but you might be able to on my finger right there. So I was what I call a curling iron baby, which was those kids that went up and just grabbed the curling irons and didn't think anything of it. And I was only probably, I think my mom said I was like 1.5 years or 2 years old. And I stood up and I grabbed it and I just screamed bloody murder. And it took a minute for my mom to figure out what had happened because she didn't, like, I did it while nobody was watching. And I've had it my whole life, the scar on this finger. And then I have one on the back of my pinky from another curling iron that I ended up touching. But the scar to me that is the funniest is the one that I have on my knee. And it was really bright and prevalent for like years. And it's finally gotten to the point where it's like it's not raised anymore and it's faded and it's skin colored. It used to turn purple when I got cold. But what happened was I think I was like 12 or 13. I mean, I was pretty young. And I went over to my cousin's house, and I might have told you all this story before. And if I have, please forgive me. But I wanted to get ice cream from an ice cream truck. And I still to this day have never gotten ice cream from an ice cream truck. Something's always happened when I've wanted to. But I had my wallet with me and my phone, but I was in a pair of flip flops, and it was during the fall time. So there were a bunch of leaves on the ground, and I was running down the sidewalk, and I didn't see where the pavement was jutting out because of all the leaves that were on the ground. And my flip flop caught, and I went sliding, and I threw my phone, and it like completely blew apart and everything. And it was a pretty deep, I mean, it was like a gross gash. It wasn't anything that would have been able to like have stitches help it or whatever, because it was basically just like a chunk of my knee that got taken out. And it just took forever to heal. And I really thought for years and years, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm just going to have this scar forever. But fortunately now it doesn't look bad at all. Though I'm sure if my legs ever actually did manage to tan, that would be the one part. That'd be the one part of my leg that would remain white. Because I have a scar like that on my arm. I don't know that I would be able to, I don't think it would show up on camera. Might just a little bit. You might see this like little white mark here. My uncle and my grandma Julie had come over, and I love to cook for people when they come over. And so I was pulling some baked potatoes out of the oven, and it was at, I think it was at like 400 or 450 degrees. And just for a split second, my arm touched the inside of the oven. And I immediately, I don't know whether it was a second or I'm assuming it was a second degree burn and not a third degree burn, but I immediately got like a horrible blister. So like my arms are the part of me that tans the best. I just have this white streak that goes across my arm. So fortunately, none of mine were like horribly traumatic incidents. I'm very grateful for that. And Anne says, okay, now that it's pitch black and we're in the middle of nowhere, someone has to go to the bathroom. Oh no, I don't like leaving the car at a convenience store when I don't know where we are. I mean, you could always pull over on the side of the road and like pee or, pee in a cup if you had to. That would be okay. Nobody's around and they can't see you. And Jamie says, I don't really have any cool scars, but I have one on my earlobe that people ask me about. They think it's a botched piercing, but it's from a cat bite when I was a toddler and kept poking at the cat. Oh my gosh, you got mauled. Oh my goodness. Travis says, I ended up taking a nap. LOL, I'm going to need some coffee before this watch party. Keaton's making coffee right now, so you do it, Travis. And Zach says, I'm a mosaic of scars. A few interesting ones are from when I fell and almost bit my bottom lip off when I was a kid, or the ones from when I shattered my elbow, which took multiple surgeries to fix. Or the other surgeries for my elbow from the staph infection that gave me permanent nerve damage. Oh my God. Which is also the scars from sanding the tips off my pinky with a disc sander because I couldn't feel it. Oh my gosh, you poor thing. I've never heard of a staph infection causing nerve damage. I didn't even know that was a thing. And Kat says, just got back from my walk and stretched, now taking my shower, so I'll probably miss the chatty part. That's okay. And Stina says, read about 11% of Lost Ark Dreaming and worked on a shopping list. Very nice. Travis says, I got burnout on collard greens growing up in the South. Oh, well, my husband loves them, though. And he said, I just ordered a s'mores coffee. Yes, ordered, LOL. They better not spell it. Fingers crossed for you, Travis. And that when it arrives, it is, in fact, a s'mores coffee. And Stina says, the insurance company also sent me a flight nurse to keep me alive all the way home. He was amazed I didn't have compartment syndrome. Don't Google that. Okay. I mean, I'm not really a squeamish person, so I feel like maybe I could Google that, but I will not Google it in front of everyone. Zach says, yeah, spiral fractures aren't fun. Oh my gosh, I'm sure not. Holy crap. He said, I burned the entire bottom of my foot once stepping on the hot exhaust of a riding lawnmower without shoes. Oh, Zach, no. Oh, that would be so awful. And Travis says, I have a scarred up inner ear. I had 12 ear surgeries. I'm partially deaf in my right ear. I did not know that, Travis. Oh my goodness. Surgery started since I was born with a hole in my eardrum. Wow. So did the surgeries actually end up helping in the long run, or did they just close up the hole and it basically left the damage the same? Because I'm like 12 people, and I don't know if it's 12 different people or some of the same people going in multiple times. I can't imagine operating 12 times on such a small space wouldn't end up causing damage over time too. But then again, I am not a doctor. And Stina says, I also have a scar I refer to as from my chainsaw accident. My dad was helping with tree trimming, and I was holding the ladder for him. A branch whipped back and hit me on the arm. Oh, okay. So it wasn't the actual chainsaw that hit you. That's good. Sorry, you saying that immediately made me think there was a woman that I worked with when I was out of high school, and she was actually the mother of one of my other friends. And she was this like very feisty German woman. She didn't take any shit from anybody. Her name was Bettina, and it was missing all of the four fingers on her left hand. And of course, we all ended up wondering about it. And she told us that when she was a teenager, she was, I think, messing with her dad's power tools, or like her dad was working on something and her hand got in the way and it cut all four of those fingers off. But man, she was fiercely independent. I mean, like, she still did as much as she could. I mean, she ate with that hand and everything because like she could still flex, her palm and everything, and still had her thumb. The fierce woman. And Stina says, went to urgent care just to make sure it wasn't broken. It wasn't. And the nurse made my husband leave the room so they could ask me if it was DV. What? Oh my goodness. And Zach says, I was a kid and nobody believed I was in pain. The staph infection was literally eating my nerves alive for about a week. Well, shame on your parents. Holy crap. That's awful. And Anne says, I have cards that I carry with me in case I set off a metal detector. I have the metal rod in my leg and an artificial hip. And Travis says, so I found out the doctor shouldn't have done all the surgeries, so you're right. My inner ear is a mess. I just found an amazing ENT that cares. I just had a surgery a few months ago, and he put in a tube that is going to last 7 years. That's great, because I have a weak tube due to all the surgeries, so my right ear doesn't drain normally. Usually tubes only last a few months, but this is a new one, so hopefully it helps. I hope that it does, Travis. And that's extremely traumatic to have to go through that many surgeries in like such a short period of time. So I'm so sorry. I mean, it would be horrible to do 12 over your whole life anyway, but like 12 when you're young, that's just like obscene. So I'm glad that it will be better. And I'm glad that you found somebody that cares. We actually had a discussion one of the weeks that you were gone about how, I think it was one of the weeks you were gone, about how important it is that, you find a doctor that actually listens, because so many of them out there do not. All right, everybody, we are going to head into the next sprint here. And my next question is an easy one. It's going to be, how do you like to celebrate your birthday? And Zach says, the janitor at my elementary school was missing his 4 fingers from a shotgun accident. Oh my God. I don't know which one would be worse, because at least with a saw, it's cut cleanly. You know what I mean? Like, horrible no matter what. But like you saying shotgun immediately made me think of the people who blow up their hands with fireworks, when they're drunk on the 4th of July and they don't let go of their Roman candle or whatever the fuck it is, and they just blow their hand up. I just feel like that would be so much worse, because it's just like it's torn apart. I don't know. Again, I'm not squeamish, but I don't want to make you all feel bad, so sorry. And Travis says, yeah. And one doctor put a tube in my ear while I was just sitting there, no going under. I was traumatized. It was traumatizing. I have no idea who was going to do it. I wouldn't even know what that would be like or how painful that is or what that would feel like. His practice is no longer open. I also cursed them out and was told not to come back. Well, you know what? Good on you, because they shouldn't have done that. That's horrible. Alrighty, everybody. Sorry. Anne's got another one. She says, my brother was hammering and the head of the hammer flew off and hit my 5-year-old nephew. He took him to the ER to get stitches. You would not believe how horribly we were treated. Yeah, probably because somebody there was worried that it was an abuse case. I've heard about things like that happening where they like give the parents or the family member like the third degree, wondering how this happened to this child. So yeah, I'm sorry that happened though. That's terrible. Zach says, I'm deaf in my left ear from Star Wars Episode 3 in theaters and my terrible parents not taking me to the doctor. Oh my God. That is also terrible. I didn't know that about you either, Zach, that you were deaf in your left ear. My goodness. I've learned so much about all of you. Thank you for sharing your personal medical history with me. And let's see. Stina says, my college music theory professor lopped off several of his fingers in a home improvement accident. Incredible man actually got back to playing jazz piano and bass clarinet. Now that is wild. That is absolutely wild. Good for him. Anne says, it was an accident. Oh, I know it was, Anne. I absolutely know that it was an accident. I was only saying that from the perspective of the hospital, I know that they give like family members and parents and stuff the third degree when things happen to kids because they're trying to deduce that it was an accident. But yeah, no, I 100% understand that. Yeah, accidentally tossing a hammer. And plus you immediately took him to the doctor. So it wasn't like he got hit and then he had a concussion and you didn't do anything about it. So no, I know. You took care of it. You were doing the right thing. But I am sorry to hear that you were treated badly for it. And says, Stina says, my alto sax instructor custom made a bass clarinet with key extensions for him. That's cool. And good on your instructor for that. That's dope. I love it. Alrighty, everybody. You have your next question. I love the conversation. Again, thank you very much. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 119 or chapter 17. So I'm enjoying this so far. I think I looked in my app and it said I was like 44% through the book. So moving right along. Made a lot of progress today. And before we left, I asked you all the question, how do you like to celebrate your birthday? And Travis said that he got his coffee and it was not spilled. Good. Anne says, I really was starting to believe that they were going to arrest my brother. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, that would be really scary. And Zach says, let's just say I think from the last conversation, you can guess why I don't celebrate my birthday. Yes, I absolutely can understand that. Travis says, birthdays usually are not a big thing around here, but if I have to work, I usually take the day off. That's nice. You at least get the day for yourself. And Swank says, start the day with birthday cake and ice cream for breakfast. That sounds like so much fun. Go get a full body massage, get my hair cut, go to a restaurant, then go see a movie, then back home for more cake and ice cream. Well, you just have a full day for yourself there, Swank. I love that for you. Rob says, birthday, daughter and I head over to our favorite cafe. Folio Society usually sends me a coupon, but I have all the Haruki Murakami books I need. Low key. That's so cool. Stina says, it varies. This year, the most exciting part was ordering a new book. Sometimes it's nice to have dinner out. Yeah, that's my thing that I like to do for my birthday. And I have told my parents expressly, I do not want any gifts. And my dad is good about it. My dad doesn't buy me anything, but my mom every year insists on getting something. I just had a conversation with her this week because I met her for lunch and I was like, please do not buy me anything for my birthday because my gift is the fact that we go out to eat. And it's not cheap to go out to eat anywhere, but my mom like always takes me out for sushi, and that is especially not cheap. So yeah, that's my favorite thing to do is like I have one restaurant that I really like to go to. When I was younger, it was always going out to Hibachi, and then for several years it was going to Olive Garden, and now it's going out to sushi. So it's fun. And Jamie says, the one birthday tradition I have with my friend Rob, we do a double feature at the movie theater with lunch in between. At least one movie must be a horror movie. This year it was Tron Ares and Good Boy. That sounds like so much fun, Jamie. I love that. What a cool tradition. Kat says, usually for my birthday, I'll celebrate with Barry. We'll go to a nice restaurant where I'll order a fancy cocktail and dessert. For my 40th and 50th, I threw myself a party. That's so cool. I love it. Love getting a fancy cocktail too. And Stina says, my birthday is in June and I have a friend whose birthday is in May. So in May, I treat her to a pedicure and in June, she treats me. That's cute. Stina says, I had planned to have a party for my 50th, but it was in 2020. Boo. That sucks. 2020 ruined so much. Ruined me going to New York. And Kat says, I'm thinking I'll do the same for my 60th. I love celebrating my birthday. You totally should do that for your 60th. That's an awesome time to do it. And Travis says, I'm hopping off for the night. Decided last minute that I'm going to play some Halloween stuff before the movie starts on the watch party. And Swank was asking what time it starts. And Travis said 7:30 for the movie. I'm guessing he means 7:30 Central. But at 7, I'm going to play some Halloween music stuff. And I said goodnight to Travis. Swank says, thanks for sprints. I got 43% red. Going to Travis's movie night. That sounds like fun. Well, thanks for hanging out, Swank. And Anne says, I took her in the store to go to the bathroom. This grudgy old man said to us, you shouldn't be out at night with that beautiful child. I took her in the bathroom and told her to pee fast. Oh, I don't know where out in the country you're at, but that's weird. And Anne says, we literally ran back to the car with the guy following us. We jumped in the car and told Neely, get us out of here fast. I am still shaking. I am so sorry. Oh, that's awful. You're just trying to find some place to go pee. Like a freaking weirdo comes out of the woodwork. Rob says, Cat 60 soon. I thought you were 40. Maybe Alex is what, 22? No, I'm not 22. But thank you. And Tina says, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday, and happy Friday to you too, Tina. And Jamie says, made it to 14% in the Underground Railroad by Colson Whitehead. Oh, his book, Nickel Boys, immediate 5-star read. I loved that book so much. And one day I will read the Underground Railroad, and I'm sure that I will love it. And Andrew says, hi, everyone. Hi, Andrew. Today I'll be finishing How to Quit Vaping by Alan Carr. All right. Kat says, Rob, you're sweet. I'll be 57 in January. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think 60 was here yet. It was just like in the foreseeable future, a few years from now. And Stina says, read another 10% of Lost Ark Dreaming. Really interesting novella. Reminds me of a Wool New York 2140 mashup, but with aquatic horror. I have no idea what you are referring to, but it sounds fun, whatever it is. And Andrew said, I like to celebrate at home drunk with family, watching a Lord of the Rings marathon and enjoying a nice pipe. That does sound like a good chill time. And Melissa says, going out with family for one dinner or whatever I want to do. Also, go out with friends. For my 40th birthday, which was in 2020, I got a trip to Mexico for my parents. That's cool. What a nice time. He said had to postpone it for about 2.5 years due to COVID restrictions and undergoing cancer treatments. Oh, wow. I'm glad that you were able to come out of that. At least I hope that you're saying that you did and you're no longer getting cancer treatments. But I'm glad that you went on your trip. That's awesome. I hope it was so much fun. Stina says, that's so scary. And it is. People out there are weird. Melissa says, wonder what my parents will dream up for my 50th in about 4 years. And Zach says, got to page 612, but mostly did laundry. And Anne says, I called Neely from the bathroom and told her to drive to the front door. She kept asking questions and I screamed, just do it. Oh, man. I'm glad that she did, though, especially if the guy followed you outside. Was he like the manager of the establishment or just some like random weirdo patronizing the place? And Melissa says, my parents and I went to Mexico in November 2022. That's so fun. I have never been to Mexico. I've also never been to Canada. One day I do hope to be able to travel to both. That would be fun. And I'm going to give you all, so we're going to have 2 more sprints. We're going to have another 45 and 1 more 30, as is tradition. And I will ask my next guaranteed question of the evening, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? The key is that it just needs to be interesting to you. It does not have to be interesting to anybody else. Although, even if I have no idea what you're talking about, I probably will find it interesting just because I like learning new things. So there you go. And I will get 45 minutes up on the clock. And I hope everybody will have a much better next sprint. And Stina says, I've been to Mexico once, spent about 20 minutes. It was very strange. Why was it strange, Stina? Nan says, I think he was just a dirty old man hanging out. Ugh. He's going to get the cops called on him is what he's going to get. And whoever was running that place should have said something to him. That's gross. Alrighty, I got 45 minutes for you all, and I'm going to wish you happy reading or driving or whatever you're doing, and I will see you on a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I have officially passed the halfway point in The Woman in the Library, and I'm at page 132. And I had to text Kat about my feelings about some of these characters because, she said that she's already finished the book, and I'm making the guess of who I want to be the murderer because I hate them so much. Anyway, I'm enjoying the book so far. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So let's see. All right. Stina said, I read A City on Mars and learned a lot about a lot of stuff surrounding the idea of settling the moon, Mars, or beyond. Kurzgesagt has a really good video, Stina, if you'd be interested in watching it. The channel is called Kurzgesagt in a Nutshell. And they have a ton of stuff about space, but one of the ones that they did that I really enjoyed was what it would take to make the first settlement on Mars. And Melissa says that apple cider is made with apples that are specifically grown to make apple cider. That makes a lot of sense. And Anne says, this is exactly why I don't like being out after dark. Yes, that's part of being old. Well, I mean, that's fair just to not want to be out after dark because you never know how people are going to be behaving. That's for any age. And Stina says, I was with my ex and we walked across the border at Columbus, New Mexico. I wanted to take a picture of the church on the square. So we walked over, took the photo. Then we noticed that the square, sort of an open plaza, was lined with men just standing there, not chatting, not listening to music, not playing hacky sack, not ambling around, being sociable, just standing there in the silence. It was like they were waiting for something. I decided I did not want to be there when it happened. That's like the beginning of a horror novel. Zach says hedgehogs were originally called urchins. Sea urchins are called that because they look like hedgehogs. Sonic the Urchin doesn't quite have the same ring to it. That's cool. I didn't know that. That's so much fun. I was watching a kind of like deep sea documentary because I'm fascinated by the ocean, even though it absolutely terrifies me. And one of the things that I learned is that there is actually a species of worm that lives down in the abyssal plain at the bottom of the ocean that only eats wood, which is really incredible to think about an animal that could have evolved in such a way that it eats food that is like thousands and thousands of feet above it and it has to like wait for it to float down. But I learned that these worms, they can, like if a ship sinks down and it's made out of wood, they can eat an entire ship in under 100 years and they'll leave nothing but like the metal. So they have remnants of ships that are like just the anchors or like the stoves and stuff that they use like during whaling, and all of the wood is gone. But what was also really interesting is they showed a ship that was in Antarctica and how it was made out of wood and hadn't been touched at all. And it was because the cold water temperature and like the change that happens between like the area where the worms live and then in Antarctica was so drastic that the worms never found a way to move, nor would it have made sense for them because there are no trees that grow in Antarctica. So, wooden ships that sink remain intact in those cold waters, which was just really really interesting. And they did like a time lapse to show how the worms eat the wood and stuff. It was really cool. Nature's amazing. And Anne says, I guarantee that we will be home on Sunday before it gets dark, or everybody will go to the bathroom before dark. I'm not doing that again. I don't blame you. And Anne says, people in this world are frightening. They certainly can be. Yes. And Kat says, I went to a presentation, Lethal Ladies, Fierce Females of Louisiana Wildlife, at the library on Tuesday evening. It was an exploration of fierce females in Louisiana's natural environment and their iconic counterparts in the horror and thriller genres. That's super fun. That sounds great. Zach says, my extensive injury list can be entertaining. I got surrounded by a group of teenagers that wanted to mug me once. they couldn't get a reaction out of me, but when I didn't even flinch when one of the burns the back of my neck with a cigarette, they let me go when I just sighed and said, please stop. That is horrifying, Zach. You said it can be fun to scare someone off with a sigh. I don't want people to hurt you, though. That's horrible. Kat says, we looked at behaviors, design, and motherhood. Interesting presentation. And Anne says, I may be 5'2" and 135 pounds, but if they had attempted to touch my child, it would not have been nice what would have happened. We would be looking for someone to bail me out right now. Oh, absolutely. 100% would have gone full mama bear. And I don't think that that person would have been stupid enough to try. I hope not, anyway. Kathy said, I mean, obviously you didn't give them the opportunity, which is the best thing. Kathy says, finished one of my tasks. Yay! Pickled some cucumbers and then onions as well. It's been a new hobby of mine. I am learning about computers and how to build one. Oh, that's really cool. I want to do my own pickling, so I'm really happy to hear that you've been doing that. And Keaton built his PC. Is really good with computers, and I know how much goes into that. So I think that's really cool that you're into that as a hobby. There's a lot of pieces that go into it, that's for sure. Rob says, something you learned all week. Oh, this might be interesting for Friday night sprints. Friday me. What was I supposed to remember? You're going to have to be like me, Rob, and take notes just so you'll know in the moment. Or maybe you'll remember it later. And Angela says, I learned just today that DoorDash delivers for Barnes & Noble. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that either. And Jamie says, the most interesting thing I learned this week were the behind the scenes of Good Boy. The director showed some tricks, techniques used to capture the emotional expression of Indy the dog. Yeah, I heard about that film and how interesting it was that it's a horror movie from the perspective of the dog. And I have a theory. I haven't seen the movie and I don't know anything about it, but I have a theory that the dog is the only survivor and everybody else dies. Melissa says, thanks for sprints. Dinner time. Well, good to see you, Melissa. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. And Alicia says, I finished The Woman in the Library and learned that B2 or I finished The Woman in the Library. Or did you mean Woman in the Laundry or Woman in the Library and the Laundry? And learned that B2 bombers have microwaves in the cockpit. Do they really? That's interesting. Oh, the library, not the laundry. Got you. Jamie says, I had some strong feelings about some of those characters too. Yeah, there are two of them in particular that I really don't like. And for those of you who've read the book, you could probably guess which two. And I'll give you a hint. One of them is not Kane. Zach says, got to 633, 100 to go. Awesome. The woman in the, yeah, and wouldn't that be funny if it was the woman in the laundry? There probably is a story called that about a woman who got like found in like one of those big, like hotel size laundry hampers. Rob says, Alex, this is the brightest red orange hoodie I have ever seen. Oh, this is? Yeah, it's very fluffy on the inside. So the inside is white except for the arms. So it's very comfortable and it extends. But yeah, it is just a fully red. I agree. This really isn't my color, to be honest with you, but this is my house jacket. I don't like wear this out in public anymore. I just don't think that it looks very nice, but it's comfy. Alicia says, a woman in my laundry would be terrifying. Angela says, I'm at page 90. Alex, they're all suspects. Leo bugs me. Yes. Leo. He also bothers me. I don't like him. Jamie says, no, reading that sprint, prepping some crafty Halloween bits for a virtual craft class. Oh, that sounds like fun. I hope you have a great time. Zach says, I also learned the collective noun for a group of kittens. Is it Kindle? Is it really? Oh. And the Swedish Valley of, oh, you're asking me to pronounce things again, Zach. You know I can't do that. Turby, I'm going to assume the Y is silent, has the most elements on the periodic table named after it. The Swedish village of Turby has the most elements on the periodic table named after it. I'm trying to think. Is it like no? I'm trying to figure out what you mean by that, Zach. Can you please explain? Which elements are named after it? Angela says, "Is it Cain or Abel?" Yeah, good question. Just you wait, Angela. I'm only halfway through. There's so much more to go. But I mean, it is. I will say, the beginning, I wasn't super enthralled to start with. Like I thought it was fine, but I wasn't really sucked in. I think I am now. I think I'm at that point where I'm like, what the hell is happening? Anne says, I have a big fleece lined hoodie sweatshirt that says, Yes, I'm freezing. Honestly, that would be appropriate for me because I am pretty much always cold, unless it's like 80 and then I'm comfortable. But yeah, it could be 73 and I might get a chill. You never know. Stina says, No reading that sprint, just trying to get my sinuses to behave. You poor thing. I'm sorry. Well, we do only have 1 half-hour sprint left. And my last question of the evening is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be something big, could be something small. You could have done it 5 minutes ago, or, just after we had our last sprint 2 weeks ago. I just want to hear about something that you've accomplished. Angela says, "Same. I need to know. I need it now." Rob says, "The laundry girl, yeah, mini Pustak. Oh, I can't pronounce that either. Bolero. I feel confident in Yemeni, and that's about it. But the laundry girl." Alicia says, "When is the live show again? I'm sure you already said it and I just missed it." Totally okay. I did say it earlier, but it's this coming Thursday on the 23rd. We were originally going to do it the day before Halloween, but then Kat and I were both busy and it was like, well, we might as well move it. So 23rd it is. Oh, okay. Thank you, Zach, putting those up. I don't think I've ever seen those actually written out. I've heard those elements, but that's cool. That's good to know. You said they're obscure elements. Yeah, they absolutely are. But that's cool. Thank you. Kat says, yep, Thursday, October 23rd at 7 Central Standard and 8 p.m. Eastern Standard. And Anne says, now we need to unload the car in the dark and I'm not a happy camper. Well, hopefully you will be able to do it quickly. My fingers are crossed for you. And I'm hoping that all the driving that you did for this event ends up being worth it, that you have suffered so to get there. I'm very, very hopeful for you. Alrighty, everybody. I'm going to put 30 minutes up on the clock and I'm going to see you all in a little bit. And I think I'm going to take a little bit of a break just because I've done quite a bit of reading today. I actually accomplished more reading today than I expected to, which is awesome. So yeah, just going to take a chill pill this last 30 minutes and I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I didn't get any reading done during that last sprint, which is totally fine. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. I did good about drinking my water, though, so I'm proud of myself for that, at least during the sprints. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Mine is that I made it through my travel and successfully kept Keaton from going crazy at the wedding. And yeah, that's plenty of accomplishment right there. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Gotta go back here. I forgot to mark yet again. Do. And Anne says it better be worth every minute of it. Yeah, that it definitely better be. You poor thing. Zach says holmium, the one named after Stockholm, also discovered there. Oh, I didn't know that. And Stina says, I'm behind again, but at one point I did get caught up on the Victober group read of Hester. Oh, good job. And it's okay if you're behind again. You race to catch up. And Anne says, I just told the woman in the office what happened. She's calling the restaurant to see if one of the guys can help us. That's really nice. I'm hoping that they can. He said it probably would not have bothered me if it had happened in the daylight. Yeah, things are always a lot scarier at night, so that's understandable. Kat says, I'm proud of making progress on my home library this week. Woohoo! I'm looking forward to seeing it, Kat. And Jamie says, I'm proud that I was able to get my grandkids' Halloween costumes finished and shipped in time for them to wear them to a party this weekend. That's so cool, Jamie. I love that. Zach says, I think I'll be proud of this week, or I think I'll be proud of this week is conquering this book. Awesome. Stina says, just at the 40% mark of Lost Ark Dreaming. Cool. Kat says, I'm watching Little Shop of Horrors, first time watching it. It's fun. I'm glad that you're getting to hang out with Travis. I should really watch that again because I don't know how many years it's been. I watched it a long time ago with my dad because we watched them back to back. We watched the original and then he had me watch the musical, which was cool. Alrighty, everybody. Well, I'm tired. You're all probably tired. I'm glad we got to have this little hangout, one of our weekly chats after, the rhythm got messed up last week. But I should, as far as I know, I'll be there this coming week. It's still debatable about Halloween night because I might, hand out candy to trick-or-treaters for those of you who didn't know Halloween falls on a Friday this year. So I'll let you know about that, but I should at least be here next week. Robson and the Swan Chocolate Fountain. I do have an event on Wednesday, Rob. So no chocolate fountain though, but I am serving Indian food, which hopefully is going to be delicious. I love Indian food. Stina says, thank you for the sprint and the chat. Thank you. And Anne says, I learned several times this week that it's okay to ask for help. That is absolutely right, Anne. And I hope that you have a wonderful time. I look forward to hearing about the convention or the whatever term it might be called. I think it is a convention, but yeah, I hope it ends up being worth it. And Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Good night, friends, and good night to you too, Kat. And have a lovely weekend, everybody. And I shall see you next time.